Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The motorcar's engine hummed a gentle complaint as it wound through the narrow lanes of the Gloucestershire countryside, its headlamps cutting through the October mist like silver scissors through grey silk. The year was 1928, and even the fog seemed to carry the weight of a world still catching its breath after the Great War, settling into the hollows between ancient hedgerows with the quiet persistence of memory itself. Hercule Poirot adjusted his travelling coat and peered through the window at the passing landscape, where twilight had begun its slow dance across fields dotted with sheep that moved like pale ghosts in the gathering dusk. The driver, a weathered man with hands that gripped the steering wheel as if it might flee given the chance, had grown increasingly silent as they approached their destination. Perhaps it was merely the natural reticence of the English countryside, Poirot mused. Or perhaps there was something about Harrow Manor that loosened tongues in the village pub but sealed them tight on its very doorstep. "Just around this bend, sir," the driver murmured, his voice barely rising above the engine's steady rhythm. "Harrow Manor. Been in the Pemberton family since the time of the first Elizabeth, they say. Though..." He paused, and in that hesitation hung the weight of unspoken thoughts. "Though?" Poirot prompted gently, his grey cells already alert to the significance of such pauses. "Well, sir, it's not for me to say. But the house, it has a way of keeping its own counsel, if you take my meaning." Before Poirot could inquire further, the motorcar crested a small hill, and Harrow Manor revealed itself in all its Gothic splendour. The building rose from its grounds like something conjured from the pages of a romantic novel, all soaring spires and weathered stone, diamond-paned windows that caught the last light of day and threw it back in fragments. Ivy climbed the walls with the determined patience of centuries, and somewhere in the distance the soft toll of a chapel bell marked the passing hours with medieval certainty. The manor's east wing, Poirot noted with the automatic precision of a man accustomed to observing details, stood slightly apart from the main structure, connected by what appeared to be a covered walkway. Its windows were dark, unlike the warm golden glow that emanated from the central portion of the house, and something about its shadowed silence suggested abandonment, or perhaps something more deliberate. As the motorcar crunched to a halt on the circular gravel drive, the great oak doors of the manor swung open, spilling lamplight across the front steps like honey poured from a generous jar. Lord Pemberton himself appeared in the doorway, a tall, thin man in his 60s whose bearing still carried the military precision of his service in India, though his hair had gone completely white, and his face bore the particular kind of weariness that comes not from physical exertion, but from worries that circle endlessly in the dark hours before dawn. "Monsieur Poirot," Lord Pemberton called out, his voice carrying across the evening air with the forced heartiness of a man determined to maintain appearances. "Welcome to Harrow Manor. I do hope the journey wasn't too tiresome." Poirot emerged from the motorcar with his characteristic careful dignity, straightening his coat and adjusting his tie with the precision of a man who understood that in a world where chaos lurked behind every corner, one's appearance might be the only thing truly under one's control. The evening air carried the scent of wood smoke and dying roses mixed with something else, something that spoke of old stone and older secrets. "Lord Pemberton," Poirot replied, offering a small bow. "The journey was most pleasant, I assure you. And this," he gestured toward the manor with genuine appreciation, "this is magnificent. One can feel the weight of history in the very stones. Indeed, the weight of history seemed almost tangible in the gathering dusk. The manor had weathered the centuries with the stubborn grace of English aristocracy, its Tudor foundations supporting Georgian additions and Victorian improvements, with the kind of architectural diplomacy that spoke of families who understood the art of adaptation. Gas lamps flickered in iron brackets along the walls, their flames dancing in glass chimneys like captured spirits, while the windows of the main house glowed with the warm amber light of electricity, a modern convenience that had clearly been added with careful consideration for the building's ancient character. Lady Margaret Pemberton appeared beside her husband, a woman of perhaps 55 whose beauty had softened with age into something more interesting than mere prettiness. Her dark hair was swept back in the fashionable style of the era, and she wore a dinner gown of deep blue silk that whispered softly as she moved. Yet there was something in her eyes, a flicker of unease that she tried to mask with the practiced smile of a hostess, that caught Poirot's attention like a discordant note in an otherwise harmonious melody. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, extending her hand with a kind of careful grace that suggested years of practice in the art of receiving guests. "We're so pleased you could join us. I do hope you'll find the Manor comfortable." The slight pause before that final word did not escape Poirot's notice, any more than the way her gaze briefly flickered toward the darkened east wing before returning to his face. In that moment of inattention, he glimpsed something that might have been fear, or perhaps guilt, or possibly both mingled together in the complex cocktail of emotions that so often accompanied family secrets. "I am certain I shall," Poirot replied, though his grey cells were already filing away these small observations for future consideration. "A house with such history must have many stories to tell." "Oh, it has stories aplenty," Lord Pemberton said with a laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Some charming, some, well, shall we say, some that grow in the telling. You know how these old places acquire reputations. Come, let's get you settled. The evening grows chill, and I believe cook has prepared something special for dinner." As they moved toward the entrance, Poirot caught sight of a figure watching from an upstairs window, a brief glimpse of a pale face before the curtain fell back into place. The east wing, he noted, remained shrouded in darkness, its windows reflecting only the star-scattered sky and the thin crescent moon that had begun to rise above the tree line. The interior of Harrow Manor embraced them with the particular warmth that comes from centuries of hospitality. The great hall soared overhead, its hammer-beam ceiling disappearing into shadows that seemed to hold the whispered conversations of generations. Portraits lined the walls, Pemberton's dating back to the 16th century, their faces frozen in oils that had darkened with age until their eyes seemed to gleam with secrets from the depths of their gilded frames. A fire crackled cheerfully in the massive stone fireplace, sending shadows dancing across the Turkish carpets that covered the flagstone floor. The scent of burning oak mingled with the lingering aromas of polish and old leather, creating an atmosphere that spoke of comfort earned through centuries of careful tending. Yet even here, in this bastion of English domestic tranquillity, Poirot sensed an undercurrent of tension, like the distant rumble of thunder on an otherwise perfect summer day. Mrs. Holloway, the housekeeper, appeared as if summoned by some invisible bell. She was a woman of indeterminate age, somewhere between 50 and 70, with iron grey hair pulled back in a severe bun, and eyes that seemed to see everything while revealing nothing. Her black dress was perfectly pressed, her white apron spotless, and her manner carried the particular authority that comes to those who have managed great houses through decades of family dramas and social upheavals. "Mrs. Holloway will show you to your room," Lady Margaret said, her fingers worrying at the pearls around her neck in a gesture that seemed unconscious but revealing. "We dine at 8, if that suits you. Nothing too formal, of course, just ourselves and a few other guests." "Other guests?" Poirot inquired politely, though his mind was already cataloguing the possibilities. A house party in October, when the social season had wound down and most sensible people had retired to London or warmer climes, suggested either exceptional hospitality or exceptional circumstances. "A few old friends," Lord Pemberton replied, though something in his tone suggested that the term friends might be applied rather loosely. "Dr. Whitmore, our family physician, splendid fellow, though he does tend to lecture one about the evils of tobacco and the benefits of cold baths. Miss Fairfax, the actress, you may have heard of her work in the West End some years ago, and my nephew Timothy, just down from Oxford and full of modern ideas about everything under the sun. The way Lord Pemberton described his nephew carried the particular weariness of a man who had discovered that the rising generation held views that challenged everything he had been taught to value. In the post-war world of 1928, such generational tensions were as common as morning fog, yet Poirot detected something more specific in the older man's tone, a note of genuine concern that suggested Timothy Ashford might be more than merely difficult. "I shall look forward to making their acquaintance," Poirot said diplomatically, "and now perhaps Mrs. Holloway could indeed show me to my room. The journey, while pleasant, has left me eager to refresh myself before dinner." Mrs. Holloway inclined her head with the kind of precise courtesy that indicated years of service in houses where formality was both expected and earned. "This way, sir," she said, her voice carrying the particular accent of the region. Not quite rural, not quite refined, but something that spoke of deep roots in the Gloucestershire soil. As they climbed the main staircase, its carved banister smooth under countless hands, Poirot noted the family portraits that watched their ascent with painted eyes that seemed to follow their movement. The Pembertons had clearly been a handsome family through the generations, though there was something in their collective gaze that suggested a tendency toward melancholy, or perhaps the kind of introspection that came from living with too many secrets. "The manor has been in the family for nearly 400 years, Mrs. Holloway said, breaking her silence as they reached the first landing. "Built by Sir Edmund Pemberton in the reign of Elizabeth I, though much expanded since then. The east wing was added in the 18th century, though it's been—" She paused, choosing her words with care. "It's been closed for some years now." Closed, Poirot inquired gently, his tone suggesting polite curiosity, rather than the sharp interest of a detective. "Family tradition, sir," Mrs. Holloway replied, though her manner suggested that tradition might not be the entire explanation. "The East Wing has always been particular in its requirements. Lord Pemberton's grandfather sealed it some 40 years ago, and it's remained so ever since." They passed a tall window that offered a view of the manor's grounds, now bathed in moonlight that transformed the landscape into something from a fairy tale. The gardens, Poirot noted, were beautifully maintained despite the season, with topiary hedges that formed intricate patterns and gravel paths that wound between flower beds where the last roses of autumn still bloomed with desperate beauty. "Here we are, sir," Mrs. Holloway said, opening a door to reveal a comfortable chamber furnished in the style of the late Victorian era. A fire had been laid in the grate, and was already crackling cheerfully, casting warm light across walls panelled in dark oak. The bed was a four-poster affair draped in heavy curtains of deep green velvet, and the windows, two of them facing toward the gardens, were dressed in matching fabric that would ensure privacy, while still allowing the morning light to enter with gentle welcome. "The dressing-room is through that door," Mrs. Holloway continued, indicating a passage to the left, "and if you require anything during your stay, you need only ring." She gestured toward a bell pull beside the bed, its silk cord worn smooth by decades of use. "Dinner will be served in the small dining room at 8 o'clock sharp. Lord Pemberton maintains the old ways in such matters." After Mrs. Holloway had departed with her silent, efficient stride, Poirot moved to the window and gazed out at the darkened east wing. From this angle, he could see that several of its windows showed not the complete darkness he had observed from below, but rather the faintest suggestion of light, as if someone with a candle or lamp was moving about in what were supposedly abandoned rooms. Most curious, thought Poirot, settling into the comfortable chair beside the fireplace, a wing sealed for 40 years, yet showing signs of habitation. Guests who seemed more like reluctant attendees at a family conference than willing participants in a country house party. A hostess whose nervousness seemed to increase whenever the subject of the manor's history arose, and through it all, the peculiar weight of secrecy that hung over Harrow Manor like morning mist that refuses to lift. As he began to unpack his modest travelling case, Poirot reflected on the invitation that had brought him to this remote corner of Gloucestershire. Lord Pemberton's letter had been carefully worded, speaking of a matter that requires your particular expertise and certain disturbances that have troubled our peace. But like so many such communications from the English upper classes, it had revealed more through what it omitted than through what it stated directly. The little Belgian detective smiled to himself as he arranged his toilet articles with characteristic precision. Tomorrow, no doubt, the true nature of these disturbances would reveal itself. But for tonight, he was content to settle into the rhythms of an English country house, to observe the interplay between his fellow guests, and to allow his grey cells to absorb the subtle currents of tension and unease that flowed through Harrow Manor like underground streams. A soft knock at the door interrupted his musings. "Come," he called, and was surprised when the door opened to reveal not a servant, but a young man of perhaps 25, tall and fair-haired, with the kind of aesthetic features that would have been entirely at home in a pre-Raphaelite painting. His clothes were expensively cut but worn with the careless elegance of youth, and his manner carried that particular combination of confidence and uncertainty that marked the post-war generation. "Monsieur Poirot," the young man said, stepping into the room with the easy familiarity of someone accustomed to being welcome wherever he went. "I'm Timothy Ashford, Lord Pemberton's nephew. I hope you don't mind the intrusion, but I wanted to introduce myself before dinner. Uncle Pemberton mentioned that you're here about the recent difficulties." Poirot studied the young man with interest, noting the slight tension around his eyes and the way his hands moved restlessly as he spoke. Timothy Ashford was clearly nervous about something, though whether his anxiety stemmed from the recent difficulties or from some other source remained to be determined. "Indeed," Poirot replied carefully, "though I confess your uncle has been somewhat circumspect in his description of these difficulties. Perhaps you might be more specific." Timothy glanced toward the door as if ensuring they were truly alone, then moved closer to the fireplace where their conversation would be masked by the crackle of burning logs. "It's the East Wing," he said in a voice barely above a whisper. "Things have been happening there. Things that can't be explained by any rational means. Lights where there should be darkness, sounds where there should be silence, and—" He paused, swallowing hard. "And apparitions where there should be nothing at all." As if summoned by his words, a sound drifted across the evening air, faint but unmistakable. It was the sound of piano music, a melancholy melody played with the kind of skill that spoke of years of practice. Yet according to Mrs. Holloway, the East Wing had been sealed for 40 years. Timothy's face went pale in the firelight. "There," he whispered, "do you hear it? That's the music room in the East Wing. But there's no piano there anymore, Monsieur Poirot. It was removed decades ago." The music continued for several minutes, each note clear and haunting in the crisp October air, before fading away as gradually as it had begun. In the silence that followed, the two men looked at each other with the particular understanding that comes to those who have shared an experience that defies easy explanation. "Most interesting," Poirot murmured, though his tone gave no indication whether he found the phenomenon genuinely supernatural or merely well orchestrated. "And tell me, Monsieur Ashford, how long have these manifestations been occurring?" "About 6 weeks now," Timothy replied, his nervousness giving way to the relief of finally speaking about what had clearly been troubling him deeply. "It started with just the lights, a window glowing in the East Wing late at night. Then came the sounds, footsteps, voices, music, and last week—" He shuddered. "Last week Miss Fairfax swore she saw a figure in white walking through the gardens toward the East Wing entrance." "And what does your uncle make of these events?" "Uncle Pemberton refuses to discuss it. He's ordered the staff not to speak of it, and he's forbidden anyone from attempting to investigate. But Aunt Margaret, she's terrified. She barely sleeps anymore, and she's been pressing him to contact someone who might be able to help. Someone like you." The dinner gong sounded from somewhere in the depths of the house, its bronze voice echoing through the corridors with the authority of centuries of tradition. Timothy straightened his shoulders and attempted to compose his features into a more appropriate expression for polite company. "We should go down," he said. "But Monsieur Poirot, I'm glad you're here. Whatever is happening in the East Wing, I fear it's only the beginning." As they made their way toward the dining room, Poirot reflected on this first glimpse into the mystery that had brought him to Harrow Manor. A sealed wing that showed signs of habitation, phantom music from a piano that no longer existed, and a family caught between their desire for rational explanation and their growing fear that some things might lie beyond the reach of reason. The game, as his friend Holmes might have said, was afoot, and as the shadows lengthened around Harrow Manor, Hercule Poirot prepared to deploy his little grey cells against whatever forces, supernatural or decidedly human, had disturbed the peace of this ancient English house. The small dining room at Harrow Manor was a study in intimate elegance, its proportions designed for conversation rather than grandeur. Candlelight flickered from a dozen silver candelabra, casting dancing shadows across walls lined with portraits of Pemberton ancestors who seemed to watch the proceedings with the knowing expressions of those who had witnessed countless family dramas unfold beneath their painted gaze. The mahogany table, polished to mirror brightness, reflected the flames until the entire room seemed to glow with warmth that pushed back against the October chill pressing against the diamond-paned windows. Poirot descended the main staircase in the company of Timothy Ashford, noting how the young man's earlier nervousness had been carefully masked behind the practised charm expected of his class and generation. The great hall below buzzed with the gentle murmur of conversation, and through the open doors of the small dining room came the soft clink of crystal and china as the final preparations for dinner were completed. Lord Pemberton stood beside the fireplace in the hall, resplendent in evening dress that had been perfectly maintained despite its obvious age. The studs in his shirt front caught the lamplight, and his white bow tie was tied with the precision of a man who had never needed a valet to achieve such perfection. Yet despite his commanding presence, there was something about his posture that suggested a soldier standing guard against an enemy whose nature remained unclear. "Ah, Monsieur Poirot," Lord Pemberton said, moving forward with the kind of measured hospitality that had been refined over generations. "Allow me to introduce you to our other guests. I believe you'll find them most interesting company." The first introduction was to Dr. Whitmore, a man of perhaps 60 with the robust bearing of someone who had spent decades ministering to the health of the English countryside. His face was weathered but kind, with shrewd blue eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles that suggested both intelligence and the particular scepticism that comes to those who have seen enough of human nature to be surprised by very little. His handshake was firm, his manner direct, and when he spoke, his voice carried the authority of someone accustomed to being listened to in matters of both medicine and common sense. "Delighted to meet you, Monsieur Poirot," Dr. Whitmore said, though his eyes held a curious wariness. "Lord Pemberton tells me you're here on professional business. I must say, your reputation precedes you, though I confess I'm not entirely certain why your particular expertise might be required in this peaceful corner of Gloucestershire." Before Poirot could respond, a voice like honey poured over velvet interrupted from the doorway of the drawing-room. "Oh, but Doctor, surely even you must admit that peace is often merely the calm before the storm." Miss Constance Fairfax swept into the hall with the kind of entrance that suggested years of experience in commanding attention from theatre audiences. She was a woman of perhaps 55, though her bearing and the careful application of cosmetics suggested someone determined to hold time at bay through sheer force of personality. Her evening gown was of deep burgundy silk, cut in the fashionable style of the day, but with subtle theatrical touches that spoke of someone who understood the power of costume to transform the wearer. Her dark hair was arranged in elaborate waves that framed a face that had once been genuinely beautiful and remained undeniably striking. "Miss Fairfax," Lord Pemberton said with the kind of weary fondness reserved for old friends whose dramatic tendencies have become both familiar and exhausting. "May I present Monsieur Hercule Poirot?" Miss Fairfax extended her hand with a gesture that was pure theatre, allowing Poirot to brush it with his lips in the continental manner. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "how thrilling to meet someone who deals in mysteries for a living. I do hope you'll find our little domestic drama worthy of your attention." "Drama?" Poirot inquired politely, though his grey cells were already cataloguing the implications of her choice of words. "Oh, my dear man," Miss Fairfax replied with a laugh that held more nervousness than humour, "surely you've been told about our atmospheric disturbances, the ghostly apparitions that have been troubling our peace. Why, just last evening I saw the most extraordinary sight, a figure in white moving through the gardens as if drawn by some supernatural compulsion toward the east wing. Dr. Whitmore snorted with the kind of dismissive sound that medical men reserve for what they consider nonsensical romanticism. What Miss Fairfax saw, he said firmly, was most likely a combination of moonlight mist and an imagination overstimulated by too much sensation fiction. I've explained repeatedly that there are perfectly rational explanations for all of these supposed phenomena. Have you indeed? Miss Fairfax retorted, her theatrical training evident in the way she projected her voice without seeming to raise it. And how, pray tell, does your rational mind explain the music that drifts from rooms that contain no instruments, the lights that glow in windows of chambers that have been sealed for decades, the voices that whisper in corridors where no living soul treads? The exchange was interrupted by Lady Margaret's appearance in the doorway, and Poirot noted immediately how the conversation seemed to drain the colour from her already pale cheeks. She had changed for dinner into a gown of deep green silk that complemented her dark hair, but no amount of elegant dressing could disguise the tension that seemed to emanate from her like heat from a banked fire. "Perhaps," she said with the kind of careful control that suggested strong emotions held firmly in check, "we might save such discussions for after dinner. I believe Mrs. Holloway is ready to serve." The suggestion carried the gentle authority of a hostess who would not be denied, and the little group moved toward the dining room with the kind of polite compliance that masked underlying currents of disagreement. As they took their places around the gleaming table, Poirot found himself seated between Miss Fairfax and Dr. Whitmore, a positioning that he suspected was entirely deliberate on Lady Margaret's part. The dinner itself was a testament to the kind of careful management that kept great houses functioning, even in an era when such establishments had become increasingly difficult to maintain. The soup course was a delicate consommé served in spode china that had clearly been in the family for generations, followed by fresh trout that Doctor Whitmore proclaimed to be from the Manor's own streams. The wine, a claret of obvious quality, loosened tongues without dulling wits, and the conversation flowed with the kind of practised ease that comes to those accustomed to dining in company. Yet beneath the surface of civilized discourse, Poirot detected the same undercurrents of tension he had observed earlier. Timothy Ashford, seated across from him, seemed to grow more nervous as the evening progressed, his hands betraying a slight tremor when he reached for his wine-glass. Lord Pemberton maintained his role as the perfect host, but his eyes frequently strayed toward the windows that faced the east wing, and more than once Poirot caught him in the act of listening to something beyond the ordinary sounds of dinner conversation. It was during the fish course that the first incident occurred. The electric lights that illuminated the dining room suddenly flickered, dimming to barely a glow before returning to their normal brightness. In the brief moment of near darkness, the candlelight seemed to leap higher, casting wild shadows that transformed the familiar faces around the table into something altogether more mysterious. "I say," Dr. Whitmore muttered, adjusting his spectacles as if the fault lay with his vision rather than the lighting. "The electrical system in these old houses can be frightfully unreliable, probably just a fluctuation in the current." But even as he spoke, a draught of cold air swept through the room, though all the windows were closed and the fire in the hearth burned steadily. The draught was cold enough to make the candle flames dance, and to raise goosebumps on exposed arms, yet it seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Miss Fairfax shivered dramatically, pulling her silk shawl closer around her shoulders. "There," she said in a voice that carried clearly through the sudden stillness. "Did you feel that? It's as if winter itself walked through the room." Lady Margaret's fork clattered against her plate, the small sound unnaturally loud in the hushed atmosphere. "Perhaps," she said with forced lightness, "we should have Mrs. Holloway check the windows in the morning. These old houses can be so draughty." But Timothy Ashford was staring at something beyond the dining-room windows, his face gone pale in the flickering light. "Look," he whispered, pointing toward the glass. "Look at the east wing." Following his gaze, the dinner party turned as one toward the windows that offered a view across the gardens to the supposedly abandoned portion of the manor. There, in what appeared to be a second-floor window of the east wing, a light glowed with steady warmth. It was not the harsh glare of electric illumination, but rather the softer, more dancing quality of candlelight or lamplight, the kind of light that suggested human habitation. Impossible, Dr. Whitmore said, rising from his chair to peer more closely at the phenomenon. That wing has been sealed for 40 years. There's no electrical connection, no gas lines, nothing that could produce such illumination. Lord Pemberton's face had taken on the greyish pallor of a man confronting his worst fears. "Timothy," he said, in a voice barely above a whisper, "fetch Mrs. Holloway. Ask her to confirm that all the entrances to the east wing remain secure." As Timothy hurried from the room, Miss Fairfax leaned back in her chair, with the satisfaction of someone whose dramatic pronouncements had been vindicated. "I've been trying to tell you all," she said, though her voice carried less triumph than unease. "This house harbours secrets that won't be dismissed by rational explanation alone." The light in the east wing continued to glow for perhaps 5 more minutes, during which time the dinner party maintained an uncomfortable silence, broken only by the soft clink of cutlery against china as they attempted to continue their meal. Then, as gradually as it had appeared, the light began to fade until the window once again showed only the reflection of stars against dark glass. Timothy returned with Mrs. Holloway, whose iron composure seemed to have developed a few cracks around the edges. "All the entrances to the east wing remain locked and barred, my lord," she reported, though her voice carried a note of uncertainty that had not been present earlier. "I've checked them myself, as I do every evening. Whatever that light might have been, it didn't come from anyone entering through the usual means." "And the unusual means?" Poirot inquired gently, speaking for the first time since the incident had begun. Mrs. Holloway's eyes met his with the kind of direct gaze that suggested a woman accustomed to facing unpleasant truths. "The east wing was built with certain architectural features that were common in houses of that period, Monsieur Poirot. Hidden passages, priest holes, servant staircases that connect to the main house in ways that aren't immediately obvious, if someone were determined to gain access." She left the sentence unfinished, but the implication hung in the air like incense in a chapel. Lord Pemberton's jaw tightened, and Lady Margaret's hands trembled as she reached for her wine-glass. "Are you suggesting," Dr. Whitmore said, with the kind of forced reasonableness that indicated a man clinging to rationality in the face of mounting evidence to the contrary, that someone is deliberately creating these effects? For what possible purpose? Before anyone could answer, another sound drifted across the evening air, the faint but unmistakable notes of a piano, playing the same melancholy melody that Poirot and Timothy had heard earlier. The music seemed to come from the direction of the east wing, each note clear and haunting in the crisp October night. Miss Fairfax pressed her hand to her throat, her earlier theatrical demeanour giving way to genuine fear. "That melody," she whispered. "I know that melody. It's Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major. Lady Catherine Pemberton used to play it constantly before her death." The silence that followed this pronouncement was profound, broken only by the continued sound of the piano music and the soft whisper of wind through the bare branches of the oak trees that surrounded the manor. Lady Margaret had gone so pale that Poirot feared she might faint, while Lord Pemberton stared out the window toward the east wing with an expression of absolute horror. "Lady Catherine died in 1887, Timothy said in a voice barely above a whisper. "She was found in the music room of the east wing, seated at the piano bench, as if she had simply fallen asleep while playing. The inquest ruled it a weak heart, but there were always rumours." "What sort of rumours?" Poirot asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Timothy glanced nervously at his uncle before continuing. Rumours that she had been troubled by something in the days before her death, that she had spoken of seeing figures in white roaming the corridors, of hearing voices calling to her from rooms that should have been empty. The servant said she had become obsessed with the east wing, spending hours there alone, playing the same pieces over and over again. The piano music swelled slightly, as if in response to Timothy's words, before beginning to fade once more into the night. As the last notes died away, the dining room remained wrapped in a silence so complete that the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall seemed loud as thunder. Dr. Whitmore cleared his throat with the kind of determined pragmatism that medical training instills. "There's clearly some logical explanation for all of this," he said, though, His voice lacked its earlier conviction. Hidden speakers perhaps, or some sort of phonograph mechanism activated by... He trailed off, unable to complete a sentence that even he seemed to find unconvincing. The fact remained that they had all heard the music, all seen the light, all felt the inexplicable cold that had swept through the room like the touch of winter itself. Perhaps Lady Margaret said with a voice that shook, despite her efforts at control, we should retire early this evening. It's been quite an eventful day, and I find myself rather tired. The suggestion was met with universal agreement, though Poirot noted that none of the guests seemed particularly eager to venture alone through the corridors of Harrow Manor. They made their good nights with the kind of hurried politeness that indicated a desire to reach the safety of their rooms before whatever forces had manifested themselves during dinner decided to make another appearance. As Poirot climbed the main staircase toward his chamber, he reflected on the evening's revelations. A house with a history of supernatural manifestations, a family clearly hiding secrets from one another, and a series of incidents that defied rational explanation, yet seemed too coordinated to be entirely accidental. The mystery of Harrow Manor was proving to be even more complex than he had initially suspected. From somewhere in the depths of the house came the sound of doors closing and locks turning, as if the manor's inhabitants were preparing to defend themselves against an enemy whose nature remained unclear. And in the distance, so faint it might have been imagination, came the whisper of footsteps moving through corridors that should have been empty, toward destinations that should have been sealed away from the world of the living. The game, indeed, was afoot. The grandfather clock in the hall below had just chimed midnight when Poirot heard the first whisper. He had been lying awake in the comfortable four-poster bed, his mind turning over the evening's events like a jeweller examining a particularly complex piece, when the sound drifted through the walls of Harrow Manor like smoke through a keyhole. It was not quite a voice, not quite the wind, but something that seemed to occupy the space between sound and silence, between the real and the imagined. The October night pressed against the windows of his chamber with the particular intensity that comes in the hours when the veil between day and night grows thinnest. Moonlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting silver patterns across the Persian carpet that seemed to shift and dance in the uncertain light. The fire in the grate had burned down to glowing embers, their red warmth providing just enough illumination to make the shadows seem deeper and more mysterious than mere absence of light. Poirot rose from the bed with the careful quiet of a man accustomed to moving without detection, his feet finding the cold flagstones beside the carpet with practised precision. The whisper came again, more distinct this time, carrying what might have been words in a language he almost recognised but could not quite comprehend. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, as if the very stones of Harrow Manor had learned to speak in the 4 centuries of their existence. Moving to the window that faced toward the east wing, Poirot drew back the curtain, just enough to peer out into the night. The abandoned section of the manor stood silhouetted against the star-scattered sky, its Gothic spires and chimneys creating a jagged horizon that spoke of architectural ambitions spanning multiple centuries. But what caught his attention was not the familiar outline of the building, but rather the faint glow that emanated from several of its windows, not the harsh glare of electric light, but the softer, more organic radiance of candles or oil lamps. As he watched, a figure appeared at one of the illuminated windows. It was little more than a pale shape against the darker interior, but there was something about its posture and movement that suggested a woman in flowing garments, perhaps a nightgown or the kind of loose dress that had been fashionable in an earlier era. The figure stood motionless for several minutes, as if looking out at the gardens, before turning away and disappearing into the depths of the supposedly empty wing. The whispers grew more insistent, taking on a rhythmic quality that reminded Poirot of prayer or incantation. He could not make out individual words, but the cadence was hypnotic, rising and falling like waves against a distant shore. It was the kind of sound that might lull a listener to sleep under different circumstances, but here in the darkened manor surrounded by the weight of centuries and secrets, it carried an undertone of urgency that made sleep impossible. A soft knock at his door made Poirot turn from the window his hand instinctively reaching for the silk dressing gown that hung beside the bed. "Enter," he called quietly, curious to discover which of his fellow guests might also be finding sleep elusive on this strange night. Timothy Ashford slipped into the room like a shadow, his fair hair dishevelled and his eyes wide with an expression that combined fear and desperate hope. He wore pyjamas and a dressing gown of expensive silk, but his usual elegant composure had been replaced by the kind of raw nervousness that strips away social pretences. "Monsieur Poirot," he whispered, closing the door behind him with exaggerated care. "Thank God you're awake. I was afraid that is. I hoped you might also have heard the whispers," Poirot supplied, gently noting how the young man's relief at finding someone else aware of the phenomena was almost palpable. Timothy nodded eagerly. "They started about an hour ago. At first I thought it might be the wind, or perhaps the old plumbing, but then I looked out my window and saw—" He gestured helplessly toward the east wing. "The lights, the figure at the window. It's as if the entire wing has come alive. And this is not the first time you have witnessed such things." "No, but never quite like this. Usually it's just a single light, or music that lasts only a few minutes. Tonight feels different somehow. More intense." As if summoned by Timothy's words, the sound of piano music began to drift across the night air. But this time, it was not the melancholy Chopin nocturne they had heard during dinner. Instead, it was something more complex, more demanding, a piece that required considerable skill to execute, with cascading runs and dramatic crescendos that spoke of a performer of genuine ability. "Liszt," Timothy breathed, his face pale in the moonlight. "The Hungarian Rhapsody. Lady Catherine used to play that piece constantly in the weeks before her death. The servant said it was as if she was trying to exorcise some demon through the music. The performance was flawless, each note crisp and clear despite the distance and the barriers of stone and glass that lay between the listeners and the supposed source of the music. It was the kind of playing that required not just technical proficiency, but deep emotional understanding. The sort of interpretation that comes only from years of practice and genuine passion for the art. "Tell me about Lady Catherine," Poirot said, moving to sit in the chair beside the dying fire while gesturing for Timothy to take the matching seat opposite. "What was she like as a person, beyond her musical abilities?" Timothy settled into the chair with the grateful movements of someone who had been carrying a heavy burden alone for too long. "She was my great-aunt, my grandfather's sister. By all accounts, she was a remarkable woman, intelligent, talented, beautiful. She never married, which was considered rather scandalous at the time, but she claimed that music was her only true love." The piano music swelled, filling the night with cascades of notes that seemed to paint emotions in sound. There was joy in the playing, but also a terrible sadness, as if the performer was pouring out a lifetime of unfulfilled dreams and secret sorrows. "She lived in the East Wing from the time she was 20 until her death at 35, Timothy continued, his voice barely audible above the distant music. "The family indulged her eccentricities because of her talent, and because she had a considerable inheritance from our great-grandmother that would have been difficult to challenge. And the circumstances of her death." Timothy glanced toward the window where the lights in the East Wing continued to glow with their mysterious radiance. The official story was heart failure. She was found seated at the piano in the music room, slumped forward as if she had simply fallen asleep while playing. But there were inconsistencies, such as the music on the piano bench was not what she'd been playing when found. The servants reported hearing the Hungarian Rhapsody that very morning, but the sheet music was for a simple hymn, and her diary, which she kept religiously, had no entries for the 3 days before her death, though she had written in it every day for 15 years. The piano music reached its climactic finale, the notes tumbling over each other in a cascade of technical brilliance, before resolving into a silence that seemed to echo with unspoken questions. In the sudden quiet, both men became aware of other sounds. The soft whisper of footsteps moving through corridors, the distant murmur of voices in conversation, the gentle creak of floorboards under careful feet. "It sounds as if there's an entire household awake in the East Wing," Poirot observed, rising to peer once more through the curtains. Yet, according to Mrs. Holloway, The wing has been sealed since your grandfather's time. Grandfather never spoke of why he closed the east wing, Timothy said, joining Poirot at the window. But the servants whispered that it was because of what happened after Lady Catherine's death. They said her spirit couldn't rest, that she continued to play her piano even after the funeral, that visitors reported seeing her walking the corridors in her white nightgown. The figure appeared again at the window, more clearly visible this time in the strengthening moonlight. It was indeed a woman in flowing garments, her long hair loose about her shoulders, in a style that suggested an earlier era. She stood perfectly still for several minutes, as if aware of being observed, before raising one pale hand in what might have been a gesture of greeting or farewell. "Good God," Timothy whispered, pressing closer to the glass. "Do you see her?" It's exactly as Miss Fairfax described, a woman in white standing at the very window where Lady Catherine used to watch the sunrise. But even as they watched, the figure began to fade, becoming translucent before disappearing entirely, leaving only the empty window and the continuing glow of lights throughout the supposedly abandoned wing. The whispers, which had provided a constant undercurrent throughout their conversation, also began to diminish, fading gradually until only the normal sounds of an old house settling for the night remained. "Most curious," Poirot murmured, making mental notes of every detail. "Tell me, Monsieur Ashford, who in the current household would have the musical skill to perform Liszt with such expertise?" Timothy considered the question carefully. "Miss Fairfax studied piano as part of her theatrical training, but I've never heard her play anything more complex than popular songs. Lady Margaret plays competently, but nothing approaching that level of technical skill. And Dr. Whitmore? Well, he claims that music is a frivolous waste of time that could be better spent on improving literature or vigorous exercise. And the servants? Mrs. Holloway might have had some musical education in her youth. Many women of her generation did. But I've never heard her play. The other staff are mostly local people with little formal education in the arts." A soft sound in the corridor outside drew their attention. The whisper of slippered feet moving with careful stealth past Poirot's door. Timothy's eyes widened with alarm, but Poirot held up a hand for silence, moving quickly to the door and opening it just enough to peer into the dimly lit hallway. Miss Fairfax stood at the far end of the corridor, her dark hair loose about her shoulders and her silk dressing gown flowing around her like theatre costume. She was facing toward the window that offered a view of the east wing, her posture rigid with attention. As Poirot watched, she raised her hand to her throat in a gesture of surprise or fear, then turned and hurried back toward her own room with steps that seemed to echo with theatrical urgency. "Miss Fairfax appears to be as wakeful as ourselves," Poirot observed quietly as he closed the door, "and equally interested in the activities of the east wing." "She claims to have seen the apparition several times," Timothy said, though something in his tone suggested uncertainty about the actress's reliability as a witness. Though with Miss Fairfax, one never knows how much is genuine experience and how much is dramatic embellishment. The sound of a door closing somewhere in the house was followed by a period of profound silence, as if the manor itself was holding its breath. The lights in the east wing continued to glow, but more faintly now, and the whispers that had provided such an unsettling backdrop to the evening seemed to have faded entirely. "I think," Poirot said thoughtfully, "that tomorrow we must find a way to examine this mysterious east wing more closely. There are too many questions that demand answers, and too many inconsistencies in what we are being told." Timothy nodded eagerly. "Uncle Pemberton forbids anyone from entering the east wing, but there might be ways that, as Mrs. Holloway mentioned, the hidden passages and servants' stairs, if one knew where to look indeed. But for now, perhaps we should attempt to get some rest. Morning has a way of making even the most mysterious events seem less supernatural and more manageable." After Timothy had departed with whispered thanks for the company and reassurance, Poirot settled back into his bed, though sleep remained elusive. The events of the evening had provided him with much to consider. The musical performance he had witnessed was far too sophisticated to be the work of an amateur, yet none of the current residents of Harrow Manor possessed the necessary skill. The figure at the window had appeared solid and real, yet had faded away like morning mist, and throughout it all the whispers and lights suggested a level of activity in the supposedly sealed wing that contradicted everything he had been told about its abandonment. Most intriguing of all was the behaviour of his fellow guests. Timothy's nervousness seemed genuine, born of real fear and confusion. But Miss Fairfax's midnight wanderings suggested either a level of courage unusual in someone truly frightened, or perhaps knowledge that she had not shared with the group, and the absence of Lord and Lady Pemberton during the evening's supernatural manifestations was curious given their obvious distress during dinner. As the grandfather clock chimed 1 o'clock, then 2, Poirot found his mind turning to the technical aspects of what he had witnessed. The piano music required not just skill, but access to an instrument in good condition. The light suggested some source of illumination that had been carefully maintained despite the wing's supposed abandonment, and the figure at the window, however mysterious its ultimate nature, had moved with the solid reality of a living person, rather than the ethereal weightlessness typically associated with the ghostly apparitions. The whispers began again just before dawn, softer now but no less insistent. They seemed to carry with them a note of urgency, as if time was running short for whatever message they were attempting to convey. Poirot rose once more to look out at the east wing, where the lights had finally begun to fade as the first hint of sunrise touched the eastern horizon. As the whispers died away with the coming of dawn, Poirot reflected on the peculiar nature of the phenomena he had witnessed. Everything about the night's events suggested careful orchestration rather than random supernatural manifestation. The timing of the incidents, the quality of the musical performance, the behaviour of the mysterious figure, all pointed to human agency rather than ghostly intervention. Yet questions remained that defied easy explanation. Who among the Manor's residents or guests possessed the musical skill and access necessary for such a performance? How were the lights being maintained in a wing that had supposedly been sealed for 40 years? And most puzzling of all, what purpose was being served by these elaborate nocturnal displays? As the first rays of sunlight began to paint the sky in shades of rose and gold, Poirot made a mental note to pay particular attention to the behaviour of his fellow guests at breakfast. In his experience, those involved in mysterious nighttime activities often betrayed themselves through subtle signs of fatigue or nervousness the following morning. The game of cat and mouse that had begun with his arrival at Harrow Manor was about to enter a new phase, and he intended to be ready for whatever revelations the daylight might bring. The manor gradually awakened around him, as servants began their daily routines, and the normal sounds of a great house coming to life replaced the mysterious whispers of the night. But even as the supernatural atmosphere faded with the darkness, Poirot remained convinced that the true mystery of Harrow Manor lay not in the realm of ghosts and spirits, but in the very human motives and machinations of those who walked its corridors by day while creating illusions of the otherworldly by night. The morning sun streamed through the mullioned windows of the breakfast room with a kind of golden warmth that made the previous night's supernatural manifestations seem like fragments of an unusually vivid dream. Mrs. Holloway had laid out a proper English breakfast on the mahogany sideboard. Silver chafing dishes filled with eggs, bacon kippers and kedgeree, alongside fresh bread, still warm from the kitchen ovens, and jam made from the Manor's own fruit gardens. The comfortable domestic scene was completed by the gentle clink of china and the rustle of morning newspapers, creating an atmosphere of normalcy that seemed designed to banish any lingering shadows of mystery. Yet Poirot, observing his fellow guests as they gathered around the breakfast table, noted subtle signs that the night's events had left their mark on everyone present. Miss Fairfax had applied her cosmetics with perhaps greater care than usual, but could not entirely disguise the shadows beneath her eyes that spoke of insufficient sleep. Dr. Whitmore attacked his breakfast with the determined vigour of a man trying to convince himself that hearty food and vigorous mastication could solve any problem, supernatural or otherwise. Timothy's hands showed a slight tremor as he buttered his toast, and his usually perfect appearance betrayed signs of hasty dressing. Most telling of all were Lord and Lady Pemberton themselves. The master of Harrow Manor sat at the head of the table with his morning correspondence spread before him, but Poirot observed that his eyes frequently strayed from the letters to the windows that faced toward the east wing. Lady Margaret had barely touched her tea, and her fingers worried constantly at the pearl brooch that secured her morning dress, a nervous gesture that suggested thoughts far removed from the pleasant ritual of breakfast conversation. "I trust everyone slept well?" Lord Pemberton inquired, with the kind of forced heartiness that indicated a man attempting to maintain normal social forms in decidedly abnormal circumstances. The question was met with a chorus of polite murmurs that fooled no one. Miss Fairfax proclaimed herself to have slept like the proverbial baby, though she immediately contradicted herself by launching into a detailed description of the extraordinary dreams that had troubled her rest. Dr. Whitmore declared that fresh country air always guaranteed him a sound night's sleep, though his bloodshot eyes suggested otherwise. Timothy claimed perfect rest while simultaneously reaching for his third cup of coffee, with a desperate air of someone fighting exhaustion. "And you, Monsieur Poirot?" Lady Margaret asked, her voice carrying a note of genuine concern. "I do hope the atmospheric peculiarities of an old house didn't disturb your rest." Poirot set down his teacup with deliberate precision, using the gesture to buy himself a moment to study the faces around the table. "On the contrary, madame, I found the night most illuminating. Old houses do indeed have their own particular atmosphere, and Harrow Manor possesses a most expressive character." The carefully chosen words had the desired effect. Timothy shifted uncomfortably in his chair, Miss Fairfax leaned forward with theatrical intensity, and Dr. Whitmore frowned with the expression of a man preparing to deliver a lecture on the dangers of encouraging superstitious nonsense. But it was the exchange of glances between Lord and Lady Pemberton that proved most revealing, a quick, guilty look that spoke of shared secrets and growing desperation. "Expressive," Dr. Whitmore repeated, setting down his fork with unnecessary force. "Monsieur Poirot, surely a man of your rationality doesn't subscribe to the notion that buildings possess personality. These old houses creak and settle, their plumbing makes odd noises, and their electrical systems can be temperamental. Add a few shadows and the power of suggestion, and suddenly perfectly ordinary phenomena become atmospheric peculiarities." "Indeed, Doctor," Poirot replied mildly, "though I confess myself curious about the architectural history of Harrow Manor. The east wing, for instance, appears to be of later construction than the main house. Might I inquire about its original purpose?" The silence that followed this innocent question was profound enough to make the ticking of the mantelpiece clock sound loud as thunder. Lord Pemberton's jaw tightened. Lady Margaret's already pale complexion turned positively ashen, and even Miss Fairfax seemed momentarily at a loss for dramatic pronouncement. "The East Wing," Lord Pemberton said finally, "was built by my great-grandfather in the 1780s as private quarters. Family apartments, you understand. It served that purpose until my grandfather's time, when it was retired from use." "Retired?" Poirot pressed gently. Such a graceful way to describe the abandonment of an entire wing of one's home. Was this retirement voluntary, or did circumstances require it? Timothy opened his mouth as if to speak, then caught his uncle's warning glance and thought better of it. Miss Fairfax, however, suffered from no such restraint. "Oh, circumstances certainly required it," she declared with the relish of someone finally able to share a delicious secret. "After Lady Catherine's death, the wing became quite unsuitable for normal habitation. The family tried to maintain it for several years, but the disturbances made it impossible." "Constance," Lady Margaret said sharply, "perhaps we shouldn't—" "Disturbances?" Dr. Whitmore interrupted, his medical scepticism warring with obvious curiosity. "What sort of disturbances?" Miss Fairfax settled back in her chair with the satisfaction of an actress who had captured her audience's complete attention. "The usual sorts of things one expects in such circumstances. Unexplained sounds, lights appearing in empty rooms, the piano playing by itself. The servants refused to enter the wing after dark, and several guests reported seeing Lady Catherine walking the corridors as if she were still alive." "Imagination and superstition," Dr. Whitmore declared firmly, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. "The power of suggestion combined with natural grief over a family tragedy," perhaps Poirot said thoughtfully. "Though I confess myself curious about the practical aspects of such abandonment. Surely a wing of such size represents considerable value, and the maintenance costs of an entire unused section must be significant. Lord Pemberton's discomfort was now palpable. The costs are manageable, he said stiffly, and some things are more important than mere financial considerations, such as family peace, Poirot suggested gently. Exactly so. Mrs. Holloway appeared in the doorway with the silent efficiency that marked her approach to household management. "Excuse me, my lord," she said, "but there's been a small matter requiring your attention. The lock on the garden door to the east wing appears to have been disturbed." The effect of this announcement was electric. Lord Pemberton rose so quickly that his chair scraped against the floor with a sound like fingernails on slate. Lady Margaret's teacup rattled against its saucer, and Timothy went pale as morning frost. Disturbed, how Lord Pemberton demanded, "The lock itself remains intact, my lord, but there are fresh scratches around the keyhole, and the rust that normally seals the mechanism appears to have been disrupted, as if someone had been experimenting with keys." Poirot observed with interest that Timothy's pallor had now given way to a guilty flush that spread from his collar to his hairline. The young man's eyes darted nervously between his uncle and Mrs. Holloway, and his hands had developed a distinct tremor. "I see," Lord Pemberton said grimly. "Mrs. Holloway, please ensure that all entrances to the east wing are checked and, if necessary, resecured. I want it made clear to everyone, staff and guests alike, that the east wing remains strictly forbidden." "Of course, my lord." After Mrs. Holloway had withdrawn, breakfast continued in an atmosphere of strained politeness, punctuated by meaningful silences. Poirot noticed that Timothy seemed unable to meet anyone's eyes, while Miss Fairfax watched the proceedings with the keen interest of someone storing up material for future dramatic performances. Dr. Whitmore muttered under his breath about the inefficiency of maintaining unused portions of great houses, and Lady Margaret sat frozen in her chair like a woman confronting her worst nightmare. When the meal finally concluded, the guests dispersed with unseemly haste. Miss Fairfax announced her intention to write letters in the morning room. Dr. Whitmore declared that a brisk walk in the gardens would clear his head of romantic nonsense, and Lord Pemberton retreated to his study with the grim determination of a general planning a siege. Only Timothy lingered, ostensibly to finish his coffee, but actually Poirot suspected to engineer a private conversation. "Monsieur Poirot," Timothy said once they were alone, "might I have a word? But of course, you appear troubled, mon ami." Timothy glanced toward the door, then moved closer to Poirot's chair. "It's about the east wing," he whispered. "I'm afraid I may have. That is, last night after our conversation, I became curious about Mrs. Holloway's mention of hidden passages." "Ah, and this curiosity led you to investigate the garden entrance?" "I didn't enter," Timothy said quickly. "I simply examined the lock. I wanted to see if it was truly as secure as Uncle Pemberton claims, but I may have left evidence of my interest." Poirot studied the young man's face with the careful attention of a jeweller examining a potentially flawed gem. Timothy's nervousness seemed genuine, but there was something else in his expression, a guilty knowledge that went beyond mere curiosity about locked doors. "And what did you discover during this examination?" Timothy hesitated, clearly wrestling with competing loyalties. "The lock is old but functional," he said finally. "But Monsieur Poirot, the garden around the entrance showed signs of recent passage. Footprints in the soft earth, bent grass that hadn't had time to recover. Someone has been using that entrance, and recently. Most illuminating. And have you shared this observation with your uncle?" "No. Uncle Pemberton becomes quite agitated whenever the subject of the East Wing arises, and given his explicit prohibition against investigating, you feared his reaction to your midnight reconnaissance." "Exactly." Timothy paused, then leaned even closer. "But Monsieur Poirot, there's something else. Something I haven't told anyone, not even you." Poirot waited with the patient silence of a confessor, allowing the weight of unspoken secrets to work upon Timothy's conscience. "3 weeks ago," Timothy continued in barely a whisper, "I was returning late from the village when I saw someone entering the east wing through that garden door. It was too dark to make out details, but it was definitely a person, not anything supernatural. You saw this clearly." clear enough to be certain it was real. They moved like someone familiar with the entrance, someone who had used it before. And Monsieur Poirot, they had a key. The implications of this revelation settled over them like morning mist. If someone was indeed accessing the supposedly sealed East Wing, it raised profound questions about the nature of the supernatural manifestations that had been troubling Harrow Manor. It also suggested that at least one member of the household possessed knowledge they had not shared with the family or their guests. "Have you any theory about the identity of this midnight visitor?" Timothy shook his head. The figure was too distant and the light too poor. It could have been anyone of appropriate height and build, a servant, a guest, even a member of the family. Before Poirot could respond, the sound of voices in the hall announced the approach of other household members. Timothy straightened quickly, adopting the casual pose of someone engaged in pleasant morning conversation. Dr. Whitmore appeared in the doorway, his face flushed from his walk, and his manner suggesting the kind of determined good humour that comes from vigorous exercise and fresh air. "Magnificent morning for a constitutional," he declared. "Though I must say the garden shows signs of considerable foot traffic for an area supposedly off limits to everyone." "Foot traffic?" Poirot inquired with innocent curiosity. "Paths worn in the grass, disturbed flower beds, that sort of thing. Particularly around the East Wing, though I suppose that could be attributed to gardening staff maintaining the exterior, even if the interior remains sealed." Miss Fairfax swept into the room with theatrical timing, her morning costume suggesting someone prepared for an audience even during the most mundane activities. "Oh, are we discussing the East Wing again?" she asked with obvious delight. "How deliciously mysterious it all is, like something from a Gothic novel." "Miss Fairfax," Poirot said thoughtfully, "as someone with theatrical experience, you must have encountered many examples of, shall we say, artificial atmosphere? Stage effects designed to create impressions of the supernatural." Miss Fairfax's eyes sharpened with interest. "Indeed I have. The theatre is full of tricks for creating ghostly appearances, hidden speakers for disembodied voices, concealed lighting for mysterious glows, trapdoors and false panels for supernatural entrances and exits. Why do you ask?" "Mere curiosity about the technical possibilities. Tell me, would such effects be difficult to implement in a building like Harrow Manor?" "Not at all," Miss Fairfax replied with growing enthusiasm. "These old houses are perfect for such purposes. They're built with servants' passages, hidden staircases, priest holes, and all manner of concealed spaces. A person with imagination and some technical knowledge could create quite convincing supernatural phenomena." Timothy's face had gone pale again, and even Dr. Whitmore looked thoughtful at this practical assessment of ghostly possibilities. "Of course," Miss Fairfax continued, "one would need access to the relevant spaces, some understanding of the building's hidden architecture, and that to maintain some mechanisms were employed. It would require considerable planning and intimate knowledge of the house. And," Poirot added quietly, "it would require someone with strong motivation for creating such elaborate deceptions." The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Lord Pemberton in the doorway, his face bearing the expression of a man who'd reached the end of his patience with mysterious circumstances. "I've been thinking," he announced without preamble, "that perhaps it's time we address this situation directly. Mrs. Holloway has confirmed that the locks on the East Wing remain secure, but clearly there are questions that need answering." "You're suggesting an investigation?" Dr. Whitmore asked with obvious interest. "I'm suggesting that we conduct a proper examination of the East Wing," Lord Pemberton replied grimly. "In daylight with witnesses and with a thorough inventory of whatever we find there. If there are natural explanations for the phenomena we've been experiencing, then we need to identify them. And if there are other factors at work, then those need to be addressed as well." Lady Margaret appeared behind her husband, her face pale but determined. "I agree," she said quietly. "This uncertainty is becoming unbearable. Whatever we find in the East Wing, it can hardly be worse than the not knowing." Miss Fairfax clapped her hands together with theatrical delight. "An expedition! How perfectly thrilling!" "When do we begin?" "Immediately," Lord Pemberton said with finality. "Mrs. Holloway has the keys, and there's no reason to delay further. Whatever secrets the East Wing holds today, we shall discover them." As the little group prepared for their investigation, Poirot reflected on the curious turns the morning had taken. What had begun as an attempt to understand mysterious nocturnal phenomena was about to become a direct confrontation with whatever forces, natural or otherwise, had been disturbing the peace of Harrow Manor. The game, as his friend Holmes might have observed, was indeed afoot, and the next few hours would likely determine whether they were dealing with genuine supernatural manifestations or with a carefully orchestrated deception designed to serve very human purposes. The answers he suspected lay waiting in the shadows of the East Wing among the dust-covered furniture and forgotten rooms of a portion of Harrow Manor that had kept its secrets for 40 years. Today, those secrets would finally see the light of day. Mrs. Holloway approached the garden entrance to the East Wing with the measured pace of someone who had spent decades performing unpleasant but necessary duties. The iron keyring in her hand contained perhaps a dozen keys of various ages and sizes, their metal darkened by time and use, though one particular key showed the telltale brightness of recent handling. The October morning had remained crisp and clear, with sunlight filtering through the bare branches of ancient oak trees to cast intricate patterns of light and shadow across the overgrown path that led to the forbidden wing. The garden door itself was a study in architectural melancholy, a heavy oak portal fitted with iron hinges that had weathered 4 centuries of English climate, its surface scarred by countless seasons of rain, frost and neglect. Yet despite its apparent abandonment, Poirot noted immediately that the brass lock mechanism showed none of the green patina typical of long exposure to the elements. Instead, it gleamed with the dull gold that spoke of regular cleaning and maintenance. "Here we are," Mrs. Holloway announced, though her voice carried none of the confidence her words suggested. The East Wing garden entrance, sealed by Lord Pemberton's grandfather in 1887 and maintained in that condition ever since. Lord Pemberton stood slightly apart from the group, his military bearing unable to entirely disguise his obvious reluctance to proceed with the investigation he himself had ordered. Lady Margaret remained close to her husband's side, her face pale in the morning light, and her hands clasped tightly before her as if in prayer. The assembled party had the air of reluctant pilgrims approaching a shrine they were not entirely certain they wished to visit. "The scratches around the lock," Dr. Whitmore observed, bending to examine the mechanism with the clinical interest of someone accustomed to investigating symptoms, "appear quite fresh, and unless I'm much mistaken, there are flakes of rust on the ground that suggest recent disturbance of the mechanism." Timothy shifted uncomfortably beside his uncle, his earlier confession to Poirot weighing visibly upon his conscience. Miss Fairfax, meanwhile, had positioned herself for optimal dramatic effect, her morning costume arranged to catch the filtered sunlight and her expression suggesting someone preparing for a particularly significant scene. "Shall we proceed?" Lord Pemberton asked, with the tone of a man steeling himself for an unpleasant medical procedure. Mrs. Holloway selected the bright key from her ring and inserted it into the lock with practised efficiency. The mechanism turned smoothly, far too smoothly for something that had supposedly remained undisturbed for 40 years. The heavy door swung open on hinges that whispered rather than shrieked, revealing a corridor that stretched into shadows, thick with the accumulated weight of decades. The air that drifted from the open doorway carried the expected sense of dust and abandonment, but underneath these familiar odours lay something else, the faint but unmistakable smell of recently burned candles and the lingering traces of human habitation. It was the difference between a tomb that had been sealed for ages and a room that had simply been unoccupied for a few days. "Most curious," Poirot murmured, noting how the dust on the threshold had been disturbed by recent passage. "For a wing that has been abandoned for 40 years, the atmosphere seems remarkably fresh." They entered in single file, Mrs. Holloway leading with the electric torch that cast a wavering circle of light ahead of them. The corridor was long and narrow, lined with portraits whose subjects seemed to watch their passage with painted eyes that gleamed in the uncertain illumination. The floorboards, despite their obvious age, showed no signs of the warping and settling that would be expected in a building that had been without heat or maintenance for decades. The family portraits, Lady Margaret said in a voice barely above a whisper. They were never removed after the wing was sealed. Grandfather said it would disturb their rest. The first room they encountered had clearly been a sitting room in its original incarnation, a comfortable space with tall windows that faced toward the gardens and furniture arranged for intimate conversation. But what struck Poirot immediately was not the room's intended purpose, but rather the evidence of its recent use. The dust covers that shrouded the furniture had been recently disturbed, and the fireplace showed signs of fires that had burned within the past few weeks rather than the past few decades. "Someone has been maintaining this room," Dr. Whitmore observed, with the clinical precision of his medical training. "The dust patterns are all wrong for genuine abandonment, and unless I'm much mistaken, those are fresh ashes in the grate." Miss Fairfax moved to one of the windows and drew back the heavy curtains with a theatrical flourish, allowing sunlight to flood the room and reveal details that had been hidden in the uncertain torchlight. What they saw made even the sceptical Dr. Whitmore draw in his breath with surprise. The room was not merely maintained, it was actively inhabited. A book lay open on a side table, its pages marked with a silk ribbon that suggested recent reading. A teacup sat beside it, its interior showing the faint brown stain of recent use. Most telling of all, the carpet showed the kind of wear patterns that come from regular foot traffic, and the furniture arrangement suggested someone who had made practical modifications for comfort and convenience. "This is impossible," Lord Pemberton said, his voice carrying a note of genuine bewilderment. "No one has had access to these rooms. I've maintained personal control of all the keys." "All the official keys, perhaps," Poirot suggested gently. "But as we have already established, there are ways into old houses that don't require the permission of their owners." They moved deeper into the wing, each room revealing further evidence of secret habitation. The library contained books that had been recently read, with bookmarks and marginalia that suggested an active scholarly mind at work. The music room proved to be the source of the phantom piano performances, a beautiful instrument in perfect condition, its bench positioned as if someone had recently risen from playing, with sheet music for Chopin's Nocturne and Liszt's Hungarian Rhapsody arranged on the stand. "The piano," Timothy breathed, his face gone pale in the dusty light. "It's exactly as Lady Catherine left it. Even the same pieces of music." But Poirot was examining the instrument with the careful attention of someone who understood the difference between authentic age and careful preservation. "Not exactly as she left it," he corrected gently. "This piano has been recently tuned and maintained. The keys show signs of regular use, and the internal mechanism has been oiled within the past few months. Someone has been caring for this instrument with considerable skill and dedication." Mrs. Holloway, who had remained silent throughout their exploration, finally spoke with the careful voice of someone weighing long-held loyalties against present necessities. "There are things about this house," she said slowly, "that perhaps should have been explained long ago." "Such as?" Lord Pemberton demanded, though his tone suggested a man who suspected he might not wish to hear the answer. "Such as the fact that the East Wing was never truly abandoned," Mrs. Holloway replied, with the dignity of someone finally unburdening herself of a secret that had grown too heavy to carry alone. "Your grandfather's instructions were specific. The wing was to be sealed from general use, but maintenance was to continue quietly. The heating system was never disconnected, the roof was kept in repair, and someone was to ensure that Lady Catherine's personal effects remained undisturbed." The silence that followed this revelation was profound enough to make the settling of ancient timbers sound like thunder. Lord Pemberton stared at his housekeeper with the expression of a man discovering that the ground beneath his feet was far less solid than he had believed. "And who," Poirot inquired with deceptive mildness, "was charged with this secret maintenance?" Mrs. Holloway's eyes flickered briefly toward Timothy, before settling on the middle distance with the careful neutrality of someone who had perfected the art of keeping family secrets. "The arrangements were varied over the years. Sometimes a trusted member of the staff, sometimes—" She paused, choosing her words with judicial care. "Sometimes a member of the family who understood the importance of preserving Lady Catherine's memory." Timothy's guilty flush had now spread to encompass his entire visible surface, and his hands showed the tremor that comes to those whose carefully maintained deceptions are crumbling around them. "Uncle," he said, in a voice that carried all the misery of a confession long delayed, "I need to tell you something." Lord Pemberton turned toward his nephew with the slow, deliberate movement of a man preparing to receive news he would prefer not to hear. "I rather suspect I know what you're about to tell me," he said with weary resignation. "The question is not what you've been doing, Timothy, but why you've been doing it." The confession that followed was halting but complete. Timothy had discovered the truth about the East Wing's continued maintenance during his first visit to Harrow Manor as a boy of 12. Mrs. Holloway, following instructions that dated back to his grandfather's time, had been caring for the wing in secret, but age had made the physical demands of the task increasingly difficult. When Timothy reached university age and began spending extended periods at the manor, he had gradually taken over the responsibilities of guardian and caretaker. It started innocently enough. Timothy explained, his voice gaining strength as the relief of finally speaking the truth overcame his fear of consequences. Mrs. Holloway showed me Lady Catherine's rooms, explained the family history, made me understand why grandfather had wanted them preserved. It seemed like a sacred trust, keeping alive the memory of someone who had died too young and in circumstances that were never fully explained. "And the recent performances?" Poirot asked gently. Timothy's flush deepened, but he met the detective's eyes with the courage of someone who had decided that partial truth was worse than complete honesty. "That was my doing, I'm afraid. These past few months, with the Manor's financial situation becoming increasingly difficult, I knew that Uncle Pemberton was considering selling the property. I hoped that if the East Wing seemed genuinely haunted, if the supernatural manifestations became too pronounced to ignore, it might discourage potential buyers, or at least provide grounds for reducing the asking price." "You hope to keep the manor in the family by making it unsaleable," Dr. Whitmore said, with a mixture of admiration and exasperation. "Ingenious, if completely mad." "The piano performances were real enough," Timothy continued with a pride that he couldn't entirely suppress despite the circumstances. "I've been studying music since childhood, and I've had years to practice on Lady Catherine's instrument. The lights were simply oil lamps and candles. The East Wing still has gas connections, though we've kept them disconnected for safety. The figure at the window—" He glanced nervously at Miss Fairfax. "Well, that required some assistance." Miss Fairfax stepped forward with the dramatic timing that marked all her revelations. "I confess my own part in this little theatrical production," she declared with a mixture of guilt and professional pride. "When young Timothy explained his predicament, I found myself quite unable to resist the opportunity to perform in such a unique venue. The white costume, the ethereal movements, the carefully timed appearances. It was rather like playing Lady Macbeth, but with an audience that didn't know they were watching a performance. The assembled group absorbed this confession with varying degrees of surprise, relief and indignation. Lady Margaret's colour had returned as the supernatural elements of their situation resolved themselves into merely human drama, while Lord Pemberton wore the expression of a man discovering that his worst fears had been considerably more mundane than he had imagined. "And the whispers?" Poirot inquired. "The voices that seemed to come from the walls themselves?" "Acoustic properties," Timothy replied with obvious reluctance to reveal what was apparently his most clever innovation. "The East Wing was built with speaking tubes that connected the servants' quarters to the main rooms, a way for the staff to receive instructions without being seen. Most of them are hidden behind panelling or tapestries, but if you know where they are, you can create the effect of disembodied voices coming from nowhere and everywhere at once." Dr. Whitmore shook his head with the bemused expression of someone whose scepticism had been vindicated in ways he had never expected. "Ingenious," he repeated. "Completely mad, but undeniably ingenious. You've been running a one-man theatrical company dedicated to convincing your own family that their house was haunted." "Two-person," Miss Fairfax corrected with theatrical precision. "I provided the visual elements, while Timothy handled the auditory effects. Though I must say, the piano performances were entirely his own work, and quite brilliant they were too." Lord Pemberton, who had listened to these revelations with the stoic acceptance of a career military officer, receiving reports of a battle that had been both won and lost, finally spoke with careful deliberation. "Let me see if I understand the situation correctly. You've been secretly maintaining the East Wing for years, performing elaborate deceptions to make the manor seem haunted, all in an effort to prevent me from selling the property." "In essence, yes," Timothy replied. meeting his uncle's gaze with a mixture of defiance and shame. The manor has been in our family for 400 years. The thought of it passing to strangers, of Lady Catherine's rooms being stripped and renovated, of all the family history being erased for the sake of modern convenience, I couldn't bear it. And you thought Lady Margaret said with the careful tone of someone working through complex emotions that making the house appear haunted would somehow preserve it. I thought it might buy us time, Timothy said desperately. Time to find another solution. Time for the financial situation to improve, time for something. I know it was foolish, but I couldn't think of any other way to honour the family legacy while respecting your right to make your own decisions about the property. The confession hung in the dusty air of Lady Catherine's sitting room like morning mist, gradually dispersing as its implications became clear to everyone present. What had seemed like supernatural manifestations had revealed themselves to be the products of love, desperation, and a young man's determination to preserve something he saw as sacred against the practical necessities of the modern world. Yet even as the mystery of the haunting resolved itself into human terms, Poirot found himself studying the faces of those around him with the careful attention of someone who suspected that not all the secrets of Harrow Manor had yet been revealed. There was something in Mrs. Holloway's expression that suggested knowledge held in reserve, something in Lord Pemberton's relief that seemed tinged with guilt, and something in Lady Margaret's newfound composure that hinted at mysteries beyond, even Timothy's elaborate deceptions. Most illuminating, Poirot said thoughtfully, yet I confess myself curious about one remaining detail. The speaking tubes that you used to create the effect of disembodied whispers. How did you discover their locations? Such architectural features are rarely documented in ways that would be obvious to casual investigation. Timothy's answer came with obvious reluctance. Mrs. Holloway showed me. She said that Lady Catherine had used them herself, in the weeks before her death. According to the servants' stories that have been passed down, Lady Catherine had become convinced that someone was watching her, that there were voices in the walls giving her instructions or warnings. She had apparently discovered the speaking tubes and was using them to communicate with whatever she believed was haunting her. Mrs. Holloway nodded with the slow dignity of someone confirming a long-held family secret. Lady Catherine's final weeks were marked by considerable distress, she said carefully. She spoke of presences in the house, of messages that came to her through hidden channels, of a destiny that she was being called to fulfill. The family physician attributed her condition to nervous exhaustion, but the servants believed. She paused, choosing her words with care. The servants believed that Lady Catherine had discovered something about the house that others preferred to keep hidden. And what? Poirot asked with the gentle persistence of someone approaching the heart of a long-guarded mystery. Did the servants believe she had discovered? The silence that followed this question carried a weight that seemed to press against the very walls of the room. It was Lady Margaret who finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, but carrying clearly in the stillness. They believed she said with the careful control of someone revealing a truth that had been buried for decades that Lady Catherine had learned the real reason why the East Wing had been built. Not as family quarters, but as a refuge. A place where someone could live in secret, hidden from the world, but close enough to the main house, to remain connected to the family that sheltered them. The implications of this revelation settled over the group like dust motes in sunlight, gradually becoming visible as their significance became clear. Lord Pemberton's face had gone pale, and his military bearing seemed to crumble as if under the weight of inherited shame. Who was hiding? Dr. Whitmore asked, though his tone suggested a man who suspected the answer would challenge his understanding of the family he had served for so many years. That, Lord Pemberton said with the weary dignity of someone finally acknowledging a burden that had been carried too long in silence, is a story that begins with my great-great-grandmother's disgrace and ends with Lady Catherine's death. A story of love, shame, family loyalty, and the terrible price that secrets exact from those who keep them. As the October sun climbed higher over Harrow Manor, casting long shadows through the windows of the East Wing, the assembled company prepared to hear the final chapter of a mystery that had its roots not in the supernatural but in the very human complexities of family honour, forbidden love, and the lengths to which people will go to protect those they care about from the judgment of an unforgiving world. The late afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows of Harrow Manor's library, casting golden rectangles across the Persian carpet and illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny spirits finally released from their earthly concerns. Lord Pemberton had suggested they retire to this most comfortable of rooms to hear the remainder of the story, and Mrs. Holloway had arranged for tea to be served, a gesture toward normalcy that seemed particularly precious after the morning's revelations in the East Wing. The assembled company had settled into leather armchairs that bore the comfortable indentations of generations of family use, while a fire crackled cheerfully in the marble fireplace, its warmth pushing back against the October chill that had begun to creep through the ancient stones. The atmosphere was one of quiet expectation, as if the very walls of the library had been waiting decades for the secrets they contained to finally be spoken aloud. Lord Pemberton stood beside the mantelpiece, his military bearing restored, but tempered now with the kind of vulnerability that comes to those who have decided to lay down burdens they have carried too long in solitude. Lady Margaret sat near the fire, her earlier pallor replaced by a colour that spoke of relief, mixed with apprehension, about what was yet to be revealed. Timothy occupied a chair near the windows, his confession having granted him a kind of peace that made him seem younger and more settled than he had appeared since Poirot's arrival. The story I am about to tell you, Lord Pemberton, began with the careful dignity of someone who understood the weight of family history, was passed down to me by my grandfather on his deathbed, with strict instructions that it was never to be shared outside the immediate family. That I am breaking this confidence now is testimony to how completely the burden of secrecy has come to outweigh its original purpose. Miss Fairfax leaned forward with the keen attention of someone whose theatrical training had taught her to recognise the dramatic potential of a well-told story, while Dr. Whitmore settled back in his chair with the patient demeanour of a physician, accustomed to hearing difficult truths from those who had finally found the courage to speak them. The East Wing, Lord Pemberton continued, was indeed built as a refuge, but not for any member of the legitimate family line. It was constructed in 1784 to provide a safe haven for someone whose very existence represented a threat to the family's reputation and social standing. He moved to one of the library's tall bookcases and withdrew a slim volume bound in cracked leather, its pages yellowed with age and its spine bearing no title. My great-great-grandmother, Isabel Pemberton, was by all accounts a woman of exceptional beauty and spirited temperament. She was also, unfortunately, a woman whose passionate nature led her into an attachment that Victorian society would have considered scandalous in the extreme. An affair? Miss Fairfax inquired with the directness of someone whose theatrical experience had exposed her to the full range of human folly. More than an affair, Lord Pemberton replied quietly. A genuine love match with someone entirely unsuitable by the standards of the time. Captain Marcus Ashford, yes, Timothy, your ancestor and mine share this particular connection, was a younger son with no prospects beyond his military pay. But worse than that, he was already married to a woman who refused to grant him a divorce, despite their complete incompatibility. The fire crackled softly in the silence that followed this revelation, its flames casting dancing shadows across the faces of the listeners as they absorbed the implications of a love story that had been shaped by the rigid social constraints of an earlier era. Isabel and Marcus conducted their relationship in secret for 3 years, Lord Pemberton continued, opening the leather volume to reveal pages covered in elegant handwriting. This is Isabel's diary, kept hidden in a secret compartment of her writing desk, and discovered only after her death. In it she chronicles not just the depth of her feelings for Marcus, but also the growing awareness that their love had produced a child. Lady Margaret's intake of breath was audible in the quiet room. A child, she repeated softly, born out of wedlock to a woman whose reputation was already compromised by her impossible attachment. Exactly so. The scandal would have destroyed both families, ruined Isabel socially, and left the child without any legitimate place in the world. Marcus was preparing to abandon his military career and take Isabel abroad, where they might live quietly as the husband and wife regardless of the legal impossibilities when fate intervened in the cruelest possible way. Lord Pemberton turned several pages in the diary, his finger finding a particular entry that he read aloud in a voice carefully controlled to mask the emotion that the word still carried across the centuries. "My beloved Marcus will not be coming to me tonight nor any night hereafter. Word has reached us that his regiment engaged the enemy near Seringapatam, and that Captain Ashford fell leading a charge against overwhelming odds. His last thoughts, I am told, were of duty and honour, but I know they were of our child and me. The world sees his death as heroic sacrifice for king and country. I see it as the end of all possibility for happiness." The silence that followed this reading was profound, filled with the kind of grief that transcends individual experience to become something universal and timeless. Even Miss Fairfax, accustomed to theatrical tragedy, seemed moved by the stark reality of genuine loss, recorded in careful script by a woman whose world had suddenly contracted to encompass only sorrow and impossible choices. What happened to the child, Dr. Whitmore asked, his medical training making him practical, even in the face of romantic tragedy. That, Lord Pemberton said, closing the diary with gentle care, is where Lady Catherine enters our story. She was Isabel's daughter, born in 1852, in a quiet cottage in Scotland, where Isabel had retreated to avoid scandal. The official family records show Catherine as an orphaned distant cousin who was graciously taken in by the family, but the truth was quite different. Timothy's face had gone pale as the implications of this revelation became clear. Lady Catherine was illegitimate, he said slowly. She lived her entire life in the East Wing because she could never be acknowledged as a true member of the family. Not just illegitimate, Mrs. Holloway added quietly, speaking for the first time since they had gathered in the library. Lady Catherine was aware of her true parentage from childhood. She lived with the knowledge that she was both part of the family and forever separate from it, accepted but never truly belonging. The tragic implications of such an existence settled over the room like evening shadows. To live one's entire life in proximity to a family that could acknowledge you only in private, to be educated and cultured but forever barred from the social recognition that such accomplishments usually brought, to possess all the attributes of gentility while lacking the legitimacy that would make them socially meaningful, it was a form of living death that explained much about Lady Catherine's rumoured eccentricities. The East Wing became her world, Lord Pemberton continued. She was educated by private tutors, encouraged in her musical talents, provided with every comfort except the one thing she most desired, the right to exist openly as who she truly was. The speaking tubes that Timothy discovered were originally installed so that Catherine could receive instructions and communications from the main house without requiring servants to constantly travel between the wings. "A gilded cage," Miss Fairfax murmured, with the kind of understanding that comes to those who have spent their lives performing for audiences who see only the character, never the person beneath. "Indeed." And like many cages, it eventually became unbearable to its occupant. Catherine's diary, for she kept one as well, following her mother's example, records her growing obsession with the idea that she was being watched, that the walls themselves were whispering judgments upon her existence. Poirot, who had remained silent throughout Lord Pemberton's recitation, finally spoke with the careful tone of someone who had been following a complex line of reasoning. Yet according to Timothy's account, Lady Catherine had discovered the speaking tubes and was using them herself in her final weeks. She was not merely receiving communications, but attempting to send them. "Precisely," Lord Pemberton replied, with a grimness that suggested they were approaching the darkest part of the story. Catherine had learned to use the architectural features of her prison to communicate with someone in the main house, someone who, according to her diary, had promised to help her escape her situation and claim her rightful place in the world. "Who?" Lady Margaret asked, though her voice suggested someone who dreaded the answer. Lord Pemberton's answer came with obvious reluctance. "My grandfather, Charles Pemberton, Catherine's nominal cousin but actually her half-brother through their shared grandmother. He was heir to the estate and the only person with the authority to acknowledge Catherine's true parentage and legitimise her position in the family." The implications of this revelation hung in the air like smoke from the fireplace, gradually becoming clearer as their significance penetrated the consciousness of the assembled company. Dr. Whitmore was the first to voice what they were all beginning to understand. "She was trying to blackmail him," he said with the clinical directness of medical diagnosis. Lady Catherine threatened to reveal the family secret unless her grandfather acknowledged her publicly. Not blackmail precisely, Lord Pemberton corrected gently. According to her diary, Catherine genuinely believed that Charles cared for her welfare and would eventually find a way to restore her to her rightful position. She saw their secret communications as evidence of his affection and concern, not understanding that his primary motivation was keeping her quiet about the family's carefully guarded secret. And when she finally realised the truth, Poirot inquired, though his tone suggested someone who already suspected the answer. The diary entries for her final week make tragic reading. Lord Pemberton replied. Catherine had finally understood that Charles had no intention of ever acknowledging her, that her communications with him through the speaking tubes had been recorded not as expressions of family affection, but as evidence of her increasing instability. She realised that instead of securing her freedom, she had provided him with justification for having her declared mentally incompetent. The fire settled in the grate with a soft sigh, its flames momentarily dimming before flaring back to life with renewed warmth. The sound seemed to underscore the fragility of human hopes and the ease with which they could be extinguished by those with power over circumstances beyond individual control. The official cause of death was heart failure, Mrs. Holloway said, with the careful neutrality of someone who had spent decades maintaining family secrets. But the servants whispered that Lady Catherine had taken her own life rather than face commitment to an asylum. The morning she was found, there was a letter on her writing desk addressed to Charles, begging him one final time to acknowledge her as family. And the letter Miss Fairfax asked with the dramatic instincts of someone who understood the importance of such documents in family tragedies. Destroyed, Lord Pemberton replied grimly. Charles burned it immediately, along with Catherine's diary and any other evidence of their secret communications. The official family history records only that a distant cousin had died tragically young, and that the East Wing was sealed out of respect for her memory. Timothy had been listening to this family history with the expression of someone discovering that the ground beneath his feet was far less solid than he had believed. So when I thought I was preserving Lady Catherine's memory by maintaining her rooms, he said slowly, I was actually perpetuating the very deception that had destroyed her life. Not perpetuating, Lord Pemberton corrected with unexpected gentleness. Perhaps completing. Catherine spent her life hoping for acknowledgement that never came. Your dedication to preserving her memory, even if based on incomplete understanding, represents the kind of family recognition she always longed for. Lady Margaret, who had been listening to the family revelations with increasing distress, finally spoke with the voice of someone who had carried her own burden of guilt for too long. There's something else, she said quietly. Something that Timothy's investigation of the East Wing may have disturbed. All eyes turned to her with the sharp attention that comes when someone who has remained silent suddenly indicates possession of crucial information. The night before Catherine's death, Lady Margaret continued, her voice barely above a whisper, Charles received a visitor, someone who came to the manor in secret, using the garden entrance to the East Wing that Timothy has been employing for his own purposes. According to the family records that Charles left sealed in the estate office, this visitor was a representative of the asylum where Catherine was to be committed. An asylum official? Dr. Whitmore asked with professional interest. Coming to evaluate her condition? Not to evaluate, Lady Margaret replied with obvious difficulty. To collect. Charles had already signed the commitment papers. The visitor was there to finalise the arrangements for Catherine's removal the following morning. The horror of this revelation settled over the room like a physical weight. Lady Catherine had died on the very night before she was to be forcibly removed from the only home she had ever known and confined in an institution for the mentally incompetent, not because of any genuine illness, but because her quest for family recognition had become inconvenient for those with the power to silence her. She knew, Timothy said with dawning understanding. Lady Catherine knew what was planned. That's why she chose to. He couldn't complete the sentence, but his meaning was clear to everyone present. Lady Catherine's death had not been the result of a weak heart or mysterious supernatural forces, but rather the final act of a woman who had chosen to end her life on her own terms, rather than submit to a fate that would have stripped away even the small dignity she had managed to maintain in her gilded prison. The question that remains, Poirot said thoughtfully, is whether the recent disturbances at Harrow Manor represent merely Timothy's theatrical efforts, or whether they have awakened something that was better left undisturbed. Even as he spoke, the sound of piano music began to drift from the direction of the East Wing. Not the complex technical pieces that Timothy had been performing, but a simple, melancholy melody played with the kind of hesitant touch that suggested someone learning to play by ear rather than from sheet music. "That's not me," Timothy said quickly, his face paling as he recognised the implications. "I've been with you all afternoon, and besides, I would never play with such sadness." The music continued for several minutes, each note clear and haunting in the October air, before fading away as gradually as it had begun. In the silence that followed, the assembled company looked at each other with the shared understanding that the mystery of Harrow Manor might not be entirely resolved after all. Perhaps some sorrows, once awakened, could never again be laid completely to rest. The grandfather clock in the hall below was striking 6 when Poirot woke on his final morning at Harrow Manor, its bronze voice echoing through corridors that seemed somehow lighter, as if the revelation of long-held secrets had lifted a weight that had pressed upon the ancient stones for decades. The October dawn painted the sky in shades of rose and gold that filtered through his bedroom, windows with gentle warmth, transforming the Gothic spires of the East Wing into something that spoke more of hope than haunting. He had slept deeply and dreamlessly for the first time since his arrival, the kind of peaceful rest that comes when mysteries have been resolved and truths have finally found their way into daylight. Yet as he dressed with his characteristic precision, Poirot found his thoughts returning to the simple melody that had drifted from the East Wing during their afternoon gathering, music that had possessed a quality entirely different from Timothy's technically accomplished performances. The breakfast room was already occupied when he descended, though the atmosphere was markedly different from the tense gathering of the previous morning. Lord Pemberton sat at his usual place at the head of the table, but his military bearing had softened into something more relaxed, as if the burden of maintaining family secrets had been exchanged for the lighter responsibility of dealing with family truths. Lady Margaret moved about the room with a grace that spoke of genuine peace, rather than carefully maintained composure, while Timothy appeared younger and more settled than Poirot had yet seen him. Even Miss Fairfax seemed subdued, though in her case this manifested as a thoughtful attention to her morning correspondence, rather than theatrical pronouncements about the previous day's revelations. Dr. Whitmore was absent, having departed before dawn to attend to a patient in the village, but his place at the table bore a small note expressing his gratitude for having been included in the resolution of what he called the most fascinating case of collective imagination and family psychology I have encountered in 40 years of medical practice. "Good morning, Monsieur Poirot," Lord Pemberton said, rising to greet his guest with genuine warmth. "I trust you slept well. After yesterday's extensive revelations, I thought we might all benefit from a more peaceful night." "Indeed, I slept excellently," Poirot replied, settling into his accustomed chair and accepting the cup of tea that Lady Margaret offered, with hands that no longer trembled. "Though I confess myself curious about one small matter that remains unresolved from our afternoon discussion." Timothy looked up from his breakfast with obvious concern. "The piano music," he said immediately. "I've been thinking about it all night." "I swear to you, Monsieur Poirot, that was not my doing. I was with you all afternoon, and besides, the melody was so simple, so different from anything I would choose to play." "Different how?" Miss Fairfax inquired, with the professional interest of someone whose theatrical training had taught her to recognise authentic emotion when she encountered it. Timothy considered the question carefully, his fork hovering over his eggs as he searched for the right words. "When I play Lady Catherine's pieces, the Chopin, the Liszt, even the simpler compositions, I'm performing music that was written by masters for audiences who understood their complexity. Yesterday's melody was something else entirely. It had the quality of someone playing what they felt rather than what they had learned." Poirot nodded thoughtfully, remembering the peculiar quality that had distinguished the previous afternoon's music from all the performances he had heard during his stay at Harrow Manor. A melody born of emotion rather than education, he mused. Most intriguing. Mrs. Holloway appeared in the doorway with her characteristic silent efficiency, but Poirot noted that even her severe demeanour had softened somewhat since the revelation of the family secrets she had carried for so many decades. The burden of maintaining Lady Catherine's memory in isolation had been replaced by the knowledge that others now shared both the responsibility and the understanding of its significance. "Excuse me, my lord," she said, "but there's been a small development concerning the East Wing that I thought you should know about." The table fell silent with the immediate attention that had become habitual whenever the subject of the forbidden wing arose, though the quality of that attention had changed from fearful anticipation to curious interest. "What sort of development?" Lord Pemberton asked, his tone carrying concern but not the near panic that had characterised his earlier responses to East Wing mysteries. "This morning, when I went to check that all the entrances remained properly secured after yesterday's activities, I found something that wasn't there before." Mrs. Holloway paused, choosing her words with care. In Lady Catherine's sitting room, on the table beside her favourite chair, someone had placed a small bouquet of late roses. "Fresh flowers, my lord, picked from the garden sometime during the night." The silence that followed this announcement was profound, but it carried a different quality than the tense quiet that had marked previous supernatural revelations. Instead of fear, there was a sense of gentle wonder, as if they were witnessing something beautiful rather than threatening. "Roses?" Lady Margaret asked softly. "What sort of roses?" "White roses, milady." "The climbing variety that grows against the east wall of the manor. The same roses that Lady Catherine mentions in her diary as being her favourites. She wrote that they bloomed so late in the season that they seemed to defy winter itself, continuing to flower even when frost touched everything else in the garden." Miss Fairfax leaned forward with obvious interest. "And you're certain the flowers were fresh? Not something that might have been left from earlier?" "Quite certain, miss. The stems were still wet with dew, and the petals showed none of the browning that comes with age. Someone picked those roses in the small hours of this morning and arranged them with considerable care in a crystal vase that I recognised as one of Lady Catherine's personal pieces." Timothy's face had gone thoughtful rather than pale, and when he spoke, his voice carried a note of wondering recognition. "The white roses were blooming yesterday when we explored the East Wing. I remember noticing them against the wall, such beautiful flowers for so late in the season. But they were growing quite high, almost to the second-story windows. It would take considerable effort to reach them." "Or," Poirot suggested gently, "someone of slight build who knew the garden well and was determined to honour a memory with the particular flowers that had meant most to the person being remembered." The implication of his words settled over the breakfast table like morning sunlight, gradually illuminating possibilities that seemed to bridge the gap between rational explanation and gentle mystery. Lady Margaret was the first to voice what they were all beginning to understand. "You think Lady Catherine somehow arranged for the flowers herself?" "I think," Poirot replied carefully, "that there are aspects of human existence that resist simple explanation, even when we believe we have resolved all the mysteries that surround them. Yesterday, we discovered the human truths behind the supernatural manifestations that had been troubling Harrow Manor. But perhaps, in the process of revealing those truths, we also created space for something more authentic to make itself known." Lord Pemberton considered this possibility with the thoughtful attention of a man who had spent a lifetime balancing practical necessities against deeper questions of meaning and purpose. "Are you suggesting," he asked slowly, "that our acknowledgement of Lady Catherine's true story somehow freed her to express herself more directly?" "I am suggesting," Poirot replied, "that love and recognition have power beyond our ordinary understanding. Timothy's efforts to preserve Lady Catherine's memory, however misdirected in their original conception, represented the kind of family acknowledgement she had longed for throughout her life. Perhaps that acknowledgement, combined with yesterday's revelation of her true story, created the conditions necessary for a different kind of communication." Miss Fairfax clasped her hands together with the gesture of someone who had spent her career bringing fictional emotions to life, and recognised authentic feeling when she encountered it. "How perfectly beautiful," she said softly. "After all these years of being hidden and denied, Lady Catherine finally has a family that knows her story and honours her memory." Timothy rose from his chair with sudden decision. "I should like to see the flowers," he said. "If Lady Catherine has somehow found a way to communicate her acceptance of our acknowledgement, I think we should witness it properly." The little group made their way through the morning-bright corridors of Harrow Manor toward the east wing, their footsteps echoing with a different quality than they had possessed during previous visits to the Forbidden Territory. The garden entrance stood open in the morning light, no longer presenting the ominous portal it had seemed during their first investigation, but rather welcoming them like the doorway to a beloved friend's home. Lady Catherine's sitting room had been transformed by the simple addition of the white roses. The crystal vase sat perfectly positioned on the small table beside the window, catching the morning light and throwing delicate patterns across the faded wallpaper. The flowers themselves were indeed fresh, their petals still holding the soft blush that comes to roses touched by dawn, and their fragrance filled the room with a sweetness that spoke of gardens lovingly tended and beauty preserved against the passage of time. But it was not merely the presence of the flowers that created the room's sense of peace. Somehow the very atmosphere had changed, as if a long-held breath had finally been released. The heavy melancholy that had characterized the East Wing during their previous visits had lifted, replaced by something that felt remarkably like contentment. "The room feels different," Lady Margaret observed, moving to the window that overlooked the gardens where the white roses climbed toward the pale morning sky, "as if it's finally at rest." Timothy approached the flowers with reverent care, studying their arrangement with the attention of someone who understood both the practical and symbolic aspects of such a gesture. "They've been arranged by someone who knew Lady Catherine's preferences," he said quietly. "The shorter stems in the centre, the longer ones creating a frame around them, and—" He paused, leaning closer to examine the display. "There's a small card tucked among the stems." With gentle hands, he extracted a piece of paper that proved to be cream-coloured writing paper of obvious quality. Folded once and inscribed with elegant script in ink that had not yet had time to fade, the message was brief but profoundly moving in its simplicity. "Thank you for remembering. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for acknowledging what was always true. C.P." The initials could have stood for Catherine Pemberton, though no such person had ever officially existed in the family records. They could equally well have represented Catherine's peace, or perhaps simply the grateful recognition of someone whose deepest longing had finally been fulfilled after decades of waiting. Miss Fairfax pressed her handkerchief to her eyes with the unguarded emotion of someone whose theatrical training had never encompassed reactions to genuine supernatural grace. "It's the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed," she whispered, "more moving than any performance, more touching than any script." Dr. Whitmore's voice came from the doorway, where he had appeared with the quiet efficiency that marked his professional arrivals. "I came as soon as I could," he said, though his usual brisk manner had been replaced by something approaching awe. "Mrs. Holloway sent word about the flowers, and I wanted to witness this for myself." He approached the arrangement with the clinical attention that medical training instills, but his examination revealed nothing that challenged the essential mystery of the flower's appearance. Fresh roses, he confirmed, arranged with obvious care and affection. The vase shows no fingerprints, the stems were cut with remarkable precision, and the card— he studied the elegant script with professional interest. The handwriting is consistent with the period, though the ink appears to be quite recent. "Some things," Poirot observed gently, "are more beautiful when they remain mysterious. We have solved the human puzzle of Harrow Manor's hauntings, uncovered the family secrets that had been buried for generations, and provided Lady Catherine with the acknowledgement she had always sought. Perhaps this final gesture represents not another mystery to be solved, but rather a gift to be received with gratitude." Lord Pemberton, who had been standing quietly near the door, finally stepped forward to place his hand gently on Timothy's shoulder. "You were right to preserve her memory," he said with obvious emotion. "Even when you didn't know the full truth of her story, you understood that some things are too precious to be abandoned to time and neglect." "What will happen to the East Wing now?" Timothy asked. though his question carried hope rather than anxiety. "It will be restored," Lord Pemberton replied with decision. "Not as a museum to family shame, but as a proper memorial to someone who was always part of our family, regardless of the legal and social constraints that prevented us from acknowledging her during her lifetime. Lady Catherine deserves to be remembered not as a family secret, but as a family member." The morning light had grown stronger during their time in the East Wing, transforming the corridors and rooms that had seemed so mysterious in candlelight and shadow into spaces that felt welcoming and alive. As they prepared to leave Lady Catherine's sitting room, each member of the party paused for a moment beside the white roses, as if offering their personal acknowledgement to someone whose story had finally found its way into the light. Poirot was the last to leave, and as he stood in the doorway looking back at the room where so much sorrow had been transformed into peace, he felt a gentle breeze that carried the scent of roses and seemed to whisper words of gratitude in a voice too soft to understand but too clear to dismiss. The mystery of Harrow Manor had indeed been solved, but in the process it had revealed something far more valuable than the answer to supernatural puzzles. It had demonstrated the power of love to transcend death, the importance of acknowledgement in healing old wounds, and the truth that some hauntings are not meant to be banished, but rather to be welcomed as expressions of enduring connection between those who love and those who are beloved. As the little group made their way back toward the main house, leaving the east wing open to morning light for the first time in decades, the white roses continued to bloom against the ancient stone walls, defying the approaching winter with the same stubborn grace that Lady Catherine had shown throughout her brief but meaningful life. And in the music room of the East Wing, though no one was present to hear it, the piano played one final melody. Not the complex compositions that had marked Timothy's performances, but a simple tune filled with joy and gratitude, fading gradually into silence as the sun climbed higher over Harrow Manor, and the day settled into the peaceful rhythm of a house where all secrets had finally found their way home. And so, our tale of Harrow Manor draws to its gentle close, like the last notes of a lullaby fading into the peaceful silence of a well-earned rest. Hercule Poirot departed that morning with the autumn mist, carrying with him not just the satisfaction of another mystery solved, but something more precious, the knowledge that sometimes our investigations reveal not just the truth behind deceptions, but the deeper truths about love, family, and the enduring power of acknowledgement to heal even the oldest wounds. The white roses continued to bloom against the stone walls of the East Wing throughout that winter and into the spring that followed, defying the seasons with the same gentle persistence that Lady Catherine had shown in life. Timothy completed his studies and returned to help restore the East Wing, not as a hidden shame, but as a proper memorial to someone who had always belonged to the family, regardless of the social constraints that had once made her existence impossible to acknowledge. Lord and Lady Pemberton found their peace in truth rather than secrecy, and the manor itself seemed to breathe more easily once its long-held secrets had been released into the light. Visitors to Harrow Manor today will find the East Wing open and welcoming, its rooms restored to reflect the life of a remarkable woman who found her own way to transcend the limitations placed upon her by the accident of her birth. And sometimes, in the late evening hours when the last light fades from the Gloucestershire sky, guests report hearing the soft sound of piano music drifting from the East Wing. Not the technically perfect performances of a trained musician, but something simpler and more moving. A melody that speaks of gratitude finally expressed, of love finally acknowledged, and of a spirit that has found its peace not in the shadows of secrecy, but in the warm light of family recognition. Sleep comes easier at Harrow Manor now, they say. The house has settled into the comfortable rhythm of a place where all stories have found their proper endings, where mysteries have been solved not just with logic but with understanding, and where the past and present rest together in gentle harmony. Take these thoughts with you into your own peaceful rest tonight. The knowledge that love endures beyond life, that acknowledgement can heal wounds across generations, and that sometimes the most beautiful mysteries are not meant to be solved, but simply received with wonder and gratitude. The roses are still blooming at Harrow Manor, white against the ancient stones, defying winter with their quiet persistence. And in that image, beauty persisting against the seasons, love transcending time, peace finally found after long searching, perhaps we find the perfect thoughts to carry us into dreams of our own. Rest well, dear listeners. Let the gentle mysteries of the night bring you only peace, and may you wake to mornings filled with the same kind of hope and healing that finally came to Harrow Manor after so many years of patient waiting. Until our next journey together through the soft-spoken tales that slow the day's thoughts and carry us toward peaceful sleep, good night.